Alright, welcome lady lads and gentle lads. 10 minutes late, but better late than never. My name is Smastian. We're picking up where we left off with Brigador. Freelance mission. Precursor James as our, as the fellow we're gonna be rolling out with. Our vehicle. The Joust. Primary and secondary are gonna be the Maudus. Smoke projector is still what we're going to try to roll with, and our operation. Long roads. Alright. Now, I noticed a bunch of you were waiting, but I was ill-disposed for the past 10 minutes, but, well, now I'm here. Now I'm here when we can finally start things off. Alright. Okay. Oh, hello. Well, we rolled into a really bad situation there. Our own fault, really. We will try again. Should probably also, put out a line saying that, slight delay, but we're live. Okay. Just a couple more places where I need to let know that despite the delay, we are live. And okay. Pitter patter, let's get at her. You know, life is actually sort of tough with the smoke screen. Mostly because there is no quick and easy get-out-of-jail-free card that it opens up for us. That said, it does open up some tactical opportunities for us. Unexpected ones, naturally. But opportunities all the same. And now that I see chat trickling back in after my 10-minute tardiness, how we doing? How's our day been going today? Well, now we've really called out the rat's nest on this one. You know, I think I've underestimated the smokescreen. Smokescreen's actually better for us than I thought it would be. Now. Ah, that's the exit. Well, we'll wait on the exit. You have to be surprisingly accurate with the Mod Deuce in order to get anything done. It's not a very forgiving weapon when it comes to aiming. You have to be pretty spot on. Ah, crap. Oh boy. So far we only took minor health damage, and minor health damage is better than major health damage. So we'll take that as a W. This, for us, is a W. Okay. Oh my. So far, not bad. I think I'm getting the hang of it, knock on wood. I think I'm getting the hang of this whole judicious use of smokescreen. Wonderful smokescreen. Not so much getting the hang of the gun arc of the Mod Deuce. That one still eludes me. Now then. We still have some boys that we need to deal with over here. Okay. Ah, dang it. Wasn't able to kill it fast enough, but that's okay. Barely any AI are left on the map, so I'm not worried. It just makes this more uncomfortable. Man, there's a lot of Rat Kings on this map. Holy shit. Cool. Got him dealt with. Slightly more sloppy than I intended it to be, but we'll take it. We'll take it. We'll take the sloppiness. And now... exit that way. There were still friends. Friends that wanted to meet us. Oh, good. Well, this is going to be fun because I didn't deal with the substations correctly. But all told, we can be patient. I wonder if chat can be similarly patient. At least that's a substation's dealt with. Now, one more depot and a comm tower, and, that's all she wrote. I think I'll deal with this southwestern section first. Yep, there it is. And we'll move on. Ah. Right there. Closest exit seems like it'll be this way, so let's pursue it. Negative. Patience is at 0. We'll work on that, Izzy. Don't you worry about it. With God as my witness, you will learn to patience. How's your day been going so far? Yes, let us avoid immediately destroying the things. I mean, we'll have to start doing so at some point. Okay. I should be expecting a battle ball, shouldn't I? Okay, now we're talking. Now we're talking. We're dealing with a major amount of our enemies. Granted, it isn't all of them, but it is a fair chunk. No, they're not allowed to call for help. As a matter of fact, let's just not let them communicate. The communication is for assholes, or something. Okay. Good. All of the big guys dealt with. This is an acceptable outcome. Well, okay, except for this guy. That guy stayed behind a little, but that's okay. Oh, hello. Meh. Did some stuff that had to be done according to the bylaws of adulting. Ah, yes, of course. Specifically ones concerning child ownership, yes? Wait, that sounds really sketch. Let me adjust that statement. Especially ones concerning child care. That is, I assume, what occupies the majority of your time these days. I don't know why I suddenly had Halo stuck in my head. One of those things I can potentially stream at some point in the future. Near, late, or otherwise. Food, shopping, haircut, childcare falls under parenting bylaws. Yep. Okay. So not necessarily adulting. Okay, I see how the breakdown's working out for you. I understand. Okay, what are we still missing here? Objective-wise. Whatever, we'll call that an objective. We'll call this warehouse an objective. After all, OSHA compliance is one of the things we have to Brigado or Brigadon't. And we prefer to Brigado. Oh, that got him? How interesting. Beautiful. And it's like we're in the perfect place to leave this map. It's like with a fresh mind, we can approach this game a bit better than we can normally. Or we were doing so last night, poorly. Because my head was bad, and I can't English today, so I suppose it all works out in the end. I can play game well, English not so good. Oh, you got crying sons today, eh, Merlin? Also, hello to you. Smash all the trees. A's tempered, sultry voice. Ah, yes. UNW and H1 both are of a mind as regards that particular, oh, what should we call it? A, quirk of your nature? We're gonna... okay. We did. Okay. We got an alarm called on us, but that's fine. And I was intending to ask of Merlin, a young Fraser Crane or Kelsey Grammer. Now that's a new one. No one has ever likened my voice to a young Fraser. That said, I was meaning to ask, what's your, how's, Crying Sun's been treating you so far, since you just got it today? I got a fair number of hours out of it myself. As you could see by the, YouTube series I did on it. A decent 20-hour game. Not quite the same longevity. I mean, it doesn't have quite the same gameplay loop draws that FTL did. FTL was able to keep me coming back in ways that that game simply never was able to do. And it certainly so far has not been able to do. Oh, man. Okay, we handled that pretty efficiently, I think. How many garrison left? A fair chunk. I expect some of them will have, railguns, and they'll be fat and big. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying the battle so far, Merlin. Did they release a DLC for it? Because I can't remember at the moment. Either that or it was something like a, oh, whatchamacallit. Ooh, that was bad. Okay, I need to... really focus on farming back up some shields. My, look at all this infantry, though. So far, I think I've been doing the shield looting quite efficiently. Okay. Well, so far, no incredibly big minions have shown up to make my life hell. Yet. Okay. And no, I still haven't played Domina yet, Merlin. Anyways, he needs to bed now. So he says later. Well, at least it was nice of him to pop in for a moment. Right, let's deal with the power grid so that we don't have to deal with any more of those walls. Annoying, annoying walls. Beauty. Now. Okay, we have reloaded there. Now what's left? Okay, that took more ammunition than I wanted to expend, but I'll accept it. I'll accept it. Now. Where's our last objective? The comm tower. Oh, well there's one depot, and the comm tower's right beside it. Okay. Yes, I remember this map a bit better now. And so with that out of the way, we can try out another build, so long as we're able to extract from planet correctly. Beautiful. Extraterritorial spaceport. Variety is the spice of Brigador life. So far so good. I mean, I'm liking doing this, you know, it's almost topical. We're basically rolling through a jungle with some 50 BMG, 50 cal heavy machine guns. And we keep having folk pop right out of the woods to greet us. Oh. Okay, at least we dealt with him without losing too much health. Okay. I also understand Mandalore's sentiment with wanting to drive one of those things, because holy shit. That is not what I intended to do, but okay. Now, what's next? We've dealt with most of the captains. Garrison still exists. Okay. Don't worry, we will just live inside this smoke screen, and nothing bad can happen to us. Beautiful. Alright, no, there's more turrets over there. I don't like having to deal with more turrets. So we'll avoid more turrets. More turrets is not our jam. Oh my god, get out from under my gun arc, please. Okay. So far, we're still dealing with the problems quite well, I think. Okay. Beautiful. Wonderful. God, I hate those things. I'm so glad that this thing was right here because I was starting to run really low on health. I was getting frightened. We'll leave that thing alone for now. Okay. We will reload, shoot, and scoot, and we are off again. Why shoot things from close distance when you can just cheese them from range? Isn't that right, Izzy? Very cool. Actually, hold on. I do have a question. Can I destroy this comm station with an explosion? No, I cannot. I can attract attention, though. Okay, what am I still missing? One turret. Alright. Okay. And with that, we can head to the exit. No comment, says Izzy. Oh, I know you have plenty of comment in mind. Trust you me, I know. Ba-bing. 58 million cred. Not bad. Not bad at all. So, our next escapade. Vehicle, I am going to take the swordfish out, and primary. Primary, I should invest in either a pit bull or an Archie. So we'll pull those out. The Archie, 88mm airburst, medium range, flat arc. The Corvid knack for chaotic firepower is exemplified by their beloved Archie. Airburst ordnance set to a dangerously short fuse creates a field of shrapnel in front of the firing vehicle. Shield emitters are rapidly overwhelmed by the sheer volume of metal, while most light and improvisational armor will cave in or simply shred to pieces. Since the Archie was designed for engagements within 100 meters, accuracy is a non-issue. Weight, normally dedicated to elongating the barrel, is instead spent creating a much thicker one, allowing for greater pressures to be exerted without compromising the weapon's structural integrity. It's why an Archie is able to sustain such a withering rate of fire at that large a caliber, albeit inaccurately. The end result is loud, messy, and effective. An apt metaphor for the Corvids themselves. Ironically, the Archie also happens to be one of the most efficient counters to Corvid equipment, provided you can find a loyalist commander adventurous enough to mount salvaged weaponry. I'm also going to slightly decrease the volume on Brigador. Let's take it down to a 6. I think 6 is acceptable. Hello there, Zelix. It's going pretty good. We just started out. The things which were giving us trouble last night, we managed to deal with in one go, this time round. And we had just purchased for ourselves a new weapon. And let us also talk about the Pit Bull. Oh boy. The Pit Bull rocket is actually a Corvid subvariant of the Shrike 57. Also, Rocket Pod 57mm HE auto load. Pit Bull. The Shrike 57. A fin-stabilized, unguided, air-to-ground munition almost as old as the colonies themselves. Shrikes were produced and stored in such volume that the Supply Corps' accounting of the munitions was quite poor, allowing Corvid sympathizers to pilfer from the stocks unnoticed. When a full inquiry examined the stores, it became apparent these supplies had been raided for years. Thus, the staple of the Corvid war machine became possible only through its adversaries' gross negligence. Unlike the Shrike, the Pitbull is neither accurate nor long-range. Corvids remove the stabilizing fins from Shrikes and cut each down into a pair of rockets half the length. The new Pitbull's payload is somewhat reduced and has significantly lower muzzle velocity, but the much larger magazine more than compensates. This, however, doesn't prevent Cavalier drivers from emptying their entire payloads within seconds. To this end, the Pitbull's withering rate of fire is a double-edged sword. Let's also consider the Thunderclap. 14 megawatt tri-beam laser. The Thunderclap's wow, I am tripping on the word colorful. The Thunderclap's colorful name derives from a more than passing resemblance to lightning. What appears as a bright blue beam is actually the ionization of oxygen from thousands of femtosecond laser pulses. A paper in the Journal of Weaponized Photonics titled Improved Efficacy of Ultra-Fast Pulsed Impacts Against Shielding and Carbon-Based Life Forms made the rounds about a decade ago. But this is the first successful deployment I've seen of those outlined in principles. The Thunderclap has shown to be particularly effective at both armor ablation and hard shield disruption, with poor performance against fortifications and high-density structures being the only apparent drawbacks. As Thunderclaps are a mainstay of spacer forces, I suspect this explains why Jericho cannons are fielded so numerously as well. PsyOps have taken a particular interest in the weapon due to unusually high incidence of combat fatigue in theaters where it's fielded. I suspect this has something to do with the particularly disturbing fashion in which the beam sublimates living tissue, most impacts leaving behind only a fine red mist, and bones heavy with gristle. It is a powerful and distinctive weapon, rightly feared. The Duchess, 40mm HEDP. The Duchess's moniker was originally pejorative in nature, stemming from its almost universal fouling issues and temperamentability. Eventually convinced it wasn't a case of user error, a small proportion of the original development team returned to iterating on the weapon. At one point, even embedding with a division of Duchess mounting broadswords and Swedes. Prickly as they can be, the design bureau takes pride in its work, and after a dozen or so iterations across 4 years, they managed to turn the NEP's least reliable weapon into a thoroughly reliable mainstay. Firing 40mm HEDP rounds at just over 2 per second, the Duchess combines a cannon's firepower with an MG's suppressive capability. Mounting a pair of the chain guns for asynchronous firing is a favorite tactic among Tinker drivers, and apparently some find the continuous vibration highly stimulating. Though I cannot personally vouch for this. Okay, now that I've had a sippy, let's get back to the action. Our swordfish, should it mount the Archie or the Pitbull? I think Pitbulls are going to be funny. So let's do it. And for a secondary, the Templar, perhaps. Our special, active camouflage, I think. Our operation, let's not do closed casket special just yet. Instead, let's open up some more operations. Upper Crust, the Great Outdoors, Outer City, the Moorbecca Quarter, the Sticks, A Walk with the Dead, Cuatro Santos, the First Strike, the Gardens, the Southern Reach, Inner City, Put Them Down, Porto Santo, Alcochete, West 12, East 12. And that about covers all of the available operations we have for us. And without further ado, let's take the fight to the Upper Crust. Okay. Right. We're gonna have to get to grips with this weapon at some point. Not quite the way I wanted to get to grips with this weapon, but, acceptable. So far I'm not... I don't hate the weapon. I don't hate it, but I also don't love its rate of fire. I don't know, something about it throws me off. I'm not sure if I like the Pitbull. It really chews through ammo. And I'm pretty close to running out of ammo. Huh. Oh. We're also out of ammunition for that. Okay. Well, at least we got some of our ammo back. And a little bit more. Damn it. Okay, cool. We'll just die because we ran out of ammunition. Okay. Although maybe we can turn the tables. Maybe. Just maybe. Yeah, never mind. I'm not sure I like it. Not sure I like the pit bull. It's a bit sloppy work with it. How do you feel about the pit bull, chat? What's your take on it? Do you think it's just as sloppy as I think it is? Yeah, it's a bit tough. It's quite a bit tough. Lining up the shots, doing all the things you need to do in order to not die. Okay, we really have to find some place to rearm because this is bad. This is getting pretty bad for us. Okay. Well, at least we managed to unfuck ourselves. For however brief a time. Okay. At least we're not doing as poorly as I thought we would be at this point in time. Alright. Okay. At least active camo seems to be working for us. At least there's that. Okay. That said, we are still shredding through ammunition so fast that it is worrying. So, I don't know how to fix that, chat. That is going to be a difficult one. Difficult one indeed. Yeah, so we're just gonna face hug these guys, mostly so that we can farm ammunition off of them. Because otherwise it gets difficult. Altogether too difficult. Right, what are we missing? One more turret. One more turret and the business is done. All right. And we're full up on ammo for the next mission. Heck, you could even go so far as to say, mission accomplished. And I do go so far as to say, mission accomplished. And so we leave. For the Nobre Dunes gated community. Hopefully we don't have to deal with spacers now. Although, really, any enemy I'm less than a fan of at the moment. Yeah, let's not immediately go down that way. Dang it. That was a bit too close for comfort. Didn't like that. So much for trying to conserve our energy. Beautiful. This is what Napoleon would call defeat in detail. Always get in their rear arcs, folks. The rear arc is the weak arc. Beautiful. Alright. We've stirred the hornet's nest, and it's time to get the fuck out. You sense a theme from me, Mesopotamus. And what theme would that be? The stirring of the hornet's nests? Is that the theme? Because, I'm sort of in agreement on that one. Getting behind men. Ah. Haha, haha, funny meme, lol. Extremely funny meme. Very lol. So funny. Wow, wee wah. This is fine. And sometimes, you know, you just can't get behind the people you want to get behind. Oh boy. Yeah, that one had me scared, Chad. That one right there, that was frightening. Okay, looks like we have to sort of draw them out of their hiding holes. Not quite the most kosher of openings here, but we'll live. And we just clear a bit of warehousing, that's fine. Nothing to see here, folks. Just a bit of casual arson. Alright. So, without further ado, I think we can start just dealing with the objectives rather than the people. I think we destroyed the ammunition depot that would refuel our main battery. But this is just the way outcomes work sometimes. I thought I had dealt with all the enemies. Did I read the garrison number wrong? Yes, I had. How did I read it so poorly? This is remarkably poor. But all's well that ends well. Nothing bad ever happens to the Kennedys, you know? They responded in ways that I found a bit weird, but we dealt with it, we handled it, and we get to move on to bigger and brighter things as soon as we finish these objectives. Come on. This is fine. Ah, that playground doesn't look very safe. We have to remove it. Remembering suddenly that we have a job as an OSHA inspector. So, Mesopotamias, since you've just recently joined us, how you doing today? How has your day been? Oh, we do get to rearm. How generous. And without further ado, I guess we can just bugger off for the exit now. Getting the distinct impression Mesopotamias might have left. Again, we may have bitten off more than we could chew, effectively. But we're still in it. We're still in it. So, that's fine. Absolutely fine. Okay. Substations. Destroy them, mash them, stick them in a stew. Do I only play hover vehicles? No, you just haven't seen me play mechs. And tank. I played the Heseki, I played the... Oh, what's the upgunned version of the fork? The one with the railgun. The Buckmaster, and I have played the... Mantis. I just wanted to revisit the Swordfish because I don't think I gave it a fair shake last time round. And this time around, I want to... You know, be able to say that I didn't just cut a mission short. Ooh, that was bad. We need... Yes, you're exactly what I needed. Thank you. Thank you for being so punctual with your provision of shield resources. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, I don't quite understand what kind of situation I am in. Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is bad. This is bad, bad, bad. But we can resolve it. We have resolved it. Okay. We're still not doing quite as phenomenally on health as I want to be. But this is okay. And I don't hate mechs. Get out of here. Get out of here. What do you know? What do you know? I love mechs. I wouldn't be playing this game if it wasn't for mechs. I just also happen to like hover vehicles. Okay. I feel comfortable revisiting this disaster. Not an OSHA-compliant playground. And so far, so good. So good. So good. Okay. Beautiful. No way, I don't even play Battletech RPGs. Also, Mesopotamias. This is Daki, isn't it? I keep forgetting if that is indeed Daki or not. Yes, still flying the cigar. Or rather, I am giving it a better run. The run it couldn't quite get last time round, you know? This time it's getting a good run. No, definitely not. Yeah, so that confirms it in my mind. Zelix is what is hate. You are Daki. Who else has different names than they do elsewhere? Right. Here I am looking around for where my objectives are, and they're just in this way. Just this direction. Let's go. Yeah, honestly, Daki does sound pretty gay. And, by his own admission, even. Well, I suppose that's not quite accurate to the truth. It's halfway accurate to the truth. Murder balls be hard sometimes. Typically, if you have hard balls, that's a sign that you should maybe go to the doctor, because that's not normal. That's like the first sign of testicular cancer or some shit. Oh, hello. Well, at least you caught him with his pants down. Okay, 30% truth. Okay, fine. Let's not split hairs over mathematics. And statistical probability, especially. Because not only am I a bad mathematician, I am an even worse statistician. Now, where's this last substation? Oh, it's to the... Did I miss a substation in the north? Did I literally drive past it or something? Yeah, I did. I didn't even notice that this thing was here. I feel embarrassed. Anyway, to work off some of my frustrations, I am going to now, do a bit of remodeling of this neighborhood. Oh, I've run out of ammo for that weapon. Okay, last few shots. And that's it. Now we may leave. Secure in the knowledge that, at least part of this neighborhood is OSHA compliant. Okay. So I guess it's time for a mech purchase, because it's been, as it has been stated, a while since I've used a mech. I'm not rolling out in the Mongoose. I categorically refuse. I could roll out in a Rat King. Oh boy. A Broodmare. Which one do I think looks the coolest? Tough choice. The Fat Shoe. Yeah, let's do the Fat Shoe. We've already read its lore last night, so I'm not going to go over it again. But yeah, Fat Shoe sounds like a great time. What are its mounts? Main and main. Well, we've got main and main. Let us freelance. Our pilot remains the same. But we roll out with a Fat Shoe. And we can be, like, extremely cancerous with 2 pit bulls. But I'm not gonna do that. A Duchess, potentially? Yeah, let's use an Archie. And we'll pair it with a Duchess. Or do we want the Duchess in the primary mount? Nah, the gun's all too hidden. It's too hidden. But that's fine. We shall deploy as such. Our special Audiokinetic Pulse. The Operation Inner City. Plant with a gun, welcome. Do you too also go by a different name on the Discord than one I'm familiar with? Or on any Discord I am a part of? The list is a bit large, it's something like 60 or so, which people tell me is huge, and I'm like, okay. Isn't that considered a good thing? Uh-oh. Ooh. Very interesting. At least we got our shields back. Okay, so the 40mm does real high penetration. Okay, so this thing just shreds shields. Gotcha. However, I believe we may have gotten ourselves into a bit of trouble. How unfortunate. Alright, we got flanked from the back, and I made dumb decisions afterwards. 2 to 3 weeks now. Well, plant with a gun. Thank you. I haven't seen you very often in chat, but my memory is also pretty bad when it comes to names. Unless I've interacted with a person like a minimum of 3 to 5 times, I tend not to remember their name fairly well. The Archie is a really weird weapon to get used to. I'm not sure what to do about it. It's also short range, and I keep forgetting that. But it's a learning experience, chat. A learning experience. It is the first time you've been in chat, so I really shouldn't worry. Well, that's good. I'm glad I'm not making a fool of myself here and forgetting people that I honestly shouldn't be forgetting about, you know. How bad a streamer would I have to be not to remember the people who even show up in chat on a regular basis? We really need another... Oh, what are they called? Shield monkeys. Yeah, like that one, right there. See, chat? Ask and you shall receive. Oh, well, that's fine, I guess. Things to note. I do a lot of damage to myself with the Archie. Like a lot. That was bad. I'm going to switch things up a little, however, because... Maybe I should just go dual Archie. Dual Archie sounds funny. Alternately, just dual-wield abbots and run out of ammo really quickly. Yeah, sure. That sounds like a great plan. Except I'm not gonna do it. A Thunderclap, though. Thunderclap sounds like a fun time together with a Duchess. Let's try that out. I sound funny? What do you mean, I sound funny? Define sounding funny. Okay, okay. Uh-oh. Yeah. Here, let's catch some more shells. Come on, come on, come on. Boom. Explode already, thank you. You're keeping the P for later. I'm not quite sure I understand. This is fine. Oh crap, it's another murder ball. Oh my god. Holy shit. Okay. How do I get good? Ah, crap. I didn't get another shell into it. Jesus. Alright. Something needs to change here. And I'm not sure what it is. Something about this mech just feels off with the current weapon combination I have on it. I don't know if it is so much a situational setup, or if it's just a case of I don't have a clear idea of how to use it yet. Maybe it is just a case of fire both weapons at once and damn the consequences. Okay. I think we're getting there. Sorta getting there. Sorta, kinda, maybe. A little bit. A little bit. Get those bums away from me. They were scary. Okay. Now we're just taking our frustrations out on the citizenry, and that's, it's a bit questionable, I'm gonna say. Somewhat questionable. Alright then. Comm tower. Where's it at? Oh, it's in that direction. Okay. I needed to get through there. Seems that the best possible way to do that was as I just did. And we screw off to another mission. Okay. So basically, play not terribly aggressively. Is sort of the feel I'm getting from this. All of this. Don't be too aggressive about it. Maneuverability, not great. Snipe from range. A bit too far away for that audio-kinetic pulse, but we'll try again. There, that's more the story. Oh good, spacers twice in a row. Let's go. At least the communications are now down. Damn it. That's fine, at least we get all our shields back. Okay. We are managing our health situation by just killing the enemies. Ooh, crap. Oh, crap. Okay, sonic booms help. Sonic booms are very helpful to us. A bit terrifying, but, yeah, okay, cool. We're okay, chat. We are okay. We are A-okay. We're just going to take a quick breather. Take a quick breather to reset chat, make sure it's updating correctly. And quench a little bit of our thirst. Okay, then. Oh. That was a solid brick wall. I feel a bit foolish. In fact, I feel a lot foolish. Also, I'm out of ammunition. Fortunately, the audio-kinetic pulse exists. And depots. Damn it. Okay. Oh, crap. We are actually in a pretty bad way. Oh, hello. We're just dying here, chat. We're slowly dying, painfully dying, very dying. Okay. Somehow we're alive. We'll take that as some weird providence. I don't know to what degree that was good. SOP, then? What's SOP? Okay. Well, at least I get to restock all of my ammo before the next mission. So what are my odds, chat? What do you think's gonna happen to me now? How bad's it gonna be? Jesus Christ. Ooh, boy. We still have 2 more things to get through.
This was a bad idea.
You said it last Friday, keeping the P for later. Ah, start and draw operating procedure. Ah, yes, the SOP. Jesus, how could I forget that? Ooh.
I can't be saved. I don't deal damage.
I'm keeping the P for later? I don't remember. You're gonna have to refresh my memory, Dacky. Jog it, so to speak. Oh, bollocks. Any bit of health is extremely important at this juncture. Very, very important. That's the one I needed. That's the health monkey I really needed to find. And I found it. And I turned it into, like, some weird pet. A weird... pet shield monkey. Oh. Okay, I get it. Damn it. That was bad. Oh, hello. That guy was really close. Don't appreciate that. Okay, so long as we have space to maneuver, not so bad. Now, what are we still missing in this bottom corner? I don't think a whole hell of a lot. Except just OSHA compliance. And, there, that's an explosive. Very good. It's just a case of finding the enemy's chat, and letting them find you, should the case arise, that you need to do so. I just let that guy shoot me for free a little bit. Don't know why. Hello. You're a suicide bomber. Got to deal with you. Oh, that's the mission done. That's everything. You know, I'd be more sad about using 40mm cannons on dudes if the U.S. military wasn't already using 30mm straight out of an A-10 Warthog, so, you know. Is it a 30mm or is it a 20? Either way, 20 is already overkill in my estimation. But I'm pretty sure the Gao-8 is a 30. I might be wrong on that. Okay. I thought I could squish him, but turns out I couldn't. Yeah, I did think it was a 30. Yeah, but on Apaches, yeah, they also don't have a rotary gun. So yeah, 25mm is also like a pretty non-standard caliber, really. Come to think of it. Yeah, I think I'm more or less catching the stride of how this vehicle is supposed to run and function. It's great when you can just outrange all of your enemies. I was too close. Yeah, so speaking of outranging the enemies... Never mind, I don't feel afraid anymore. Fear is for the weak. I have shields now. Yeah, I think we're doing pretty good. We just have a couple of things to deal with up here, like this one. All right. Come on, come closer. Oh, crap. He came a bit too close. Yeah, just had to do it to him. Just had to destroy the things with audiokinetic pulse. It's so good. Just flattens everything. I have half a temptation to just fully level one of these maps. Destroy every single vertically inclined object. Oh, crap. Okay, that was... quick. I didn't expect to have all of my shields dealt with that fast. Unfortunate. Now, I think the US ships and gunboats also use a 35, but for some reason it works there. Now. What if we just do a dual Duchess loadout? Or should the primary be an Abbot? Just really hammer that one home. We also have the Siege Mortar. And the Banshee. You know what? I think I'm actually going to try out a Siege Mortar. The Baleo. Pride of the Novo Exercito de Povos Artillery Battalions. The Baleo is deployed in almost every form imaginable. Defensive emplacements, self-propelled guns, anti-grav platforms, mechs, and at one point, even an experimental powersuit design, later designated the Dorothy. The barrels vary nearly as much, including long-barreled howitzer variants for heavier stationary designs, while a short-barreled siege mortar style predominates among mobile platforms, chubbies and stubbies, respectively. All variants feed from the same munitions courtesy of extraordinary restraint from the Design Bureau. The Baleo's ubiquity stems from its flexibility as the variety of barrel and mount types is matched by the variety of munitions it can fire. While HE and cluster are most commonly deployed, there also exist incendiary fragmentation and other variants. There's even rumors of a chemical cache within Central, but who knows what's stashed in there. And so we have a choice. And I think the choice is made. We take the Siege Mortar. And we try the inner city operation one more time. Why do I get the feeling that all of our enemies are clustered in one location? Why do I get the sudden, weird feeling I'm fighting spacers? God damn it. Well, at least it destroys everything in a wide arc. I'm not so impressed with my aiming of the chain gun, however. Damn it. Yeah, let's just die here. And try once more. And I think we're dealing with spacers again. Yeah, we're just gonna have to take this one a bit slow and steady, you know? Alright. Yeah, the mortar is a bit tismy. In fact, it is quite tismy, as it were. Kobe. And Kobe didn't make it. Well, at least we still have all of our health. And maintaining good health is actually half the battle. Stay away. Well, at least it does its work correctly. It has a wide enough area of attack that at least I don't have to worry about dealing damage to my targets when I want to. Well, that ate a fair chunk of my health and my ammunition. That was juicy. That one was juicy. I liked that one. Ah, God, I hate that laser. I hate it so much. You know, I'm just gonna die with this one. The siege mortar and the chain gun, not working out for me. Okay, but like, please, do more of the killing. Please? Please, can I die? I'd like to die now. Beautiful. Yeah, Fade and Strike on this thing, not really doing it. The Duchess, good, but not that good. Let's make one more acquisition. The Banshee. Oh. Well, I fully bought that out, and I got an achievement for it. Nice. 9-round burst. Chain gun, 14mm HE caseless. Banshee. It's rare to find large caliber MGs configured for caseless ammunition. though unsurprising here given the Spacer's extreme sensitivity to mass transport and expenditure. Banshee rounds are smaller than you'd expect for the weight class, but travel inordinately fast. Spacer chemistry borders on the preternatural given what I've seen of their propellant. Possessing both tremendous rate of fire and projectile velocity, the Banshee makes for an ideal counter to scouts and other vehicles relying on combat maneuverability. The comparatively small caliber explosive rounds prevent overpenetration against lighter armor to ensure target destruction. And now, without further ado, let us put it into action as our secondary. It does seem to have a long range, which is nice. The MG, that is. Oh, that's juicy. I like it. Oh, it just shreds. Look at it. Oh, I want more of these. How did they immediately have me ranged in, by the way? Well, no matter. The situation was dealt with. Ooh, it doesn't make much noise, but it sure slaps. Holy hell. I want that weapon, though. That's the weapon I actually want. Now. How did I get spotted by him? Or does it just raise an alarm if it's taken too much damage? You know what I should honestly do? Reading through the lore of a gun and giving your thoughts on it in mini videos. Yes, says Plant with a Gun. And Karel Wolfpup says, because spacers. A lot of things in this game can be answered with, because spacers. Honestly, probably too many things can be answered with, because spacers. And I mean, while the idea is good, Daki, the problem with the game is, It's old enough that not enough people paid attention to it. I'll consider it for another time, though, for sure. Maybe once Brigador 2 comes out, I can revisit Brigador 1 at that time. And just do standalone lore readings. As it seems people would be all about that life. And I believe that's about everything in this mission. One final thing, I suppose, is just get rid of these explosive devices and bugger off to the exit. We now attempt the loop. There we go. That's how I wanted to deal with that situation. So, I don't think I can be accused of war criming when I'm using 14mm rounds on infantry, right? It's not a war crime at this point, is it? Like, 14mm on infantry is, that's fair game, right? Right? Ooh, that was juicy. No, get this ship torpedo away from me. Ship torpedo bad. Okay. I am less afraid, though I am still quite afraid. Okay. First off, get out my ass. Ah, god damn it. I just moved into a bad position there. And yes, you have missed some sultry reading W and H1. Glad you can join us. The UN tried to say using 50 cal was a war crime. Well, I mean, if only because the US used it too much. 14mm is just flexing on the poors. I'm not gonna read that one. And... right. I think this one can be done, chat. This one has potential. There is potential here, and I have what I believe to be the ability to execute said potential. Oh man, it just shreds these wooden houses, though. Oh, I love that. It doesn't even make that much sound. I guess that's caseless ammunition for you or something. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. Do kindly go away from me and die. Somehow we're okay. Somehow. God, I love how the spacers murder ball so much. You know, because they're basically like super capitalist hedonists, I'm gonna say that this is like a communist critique of capitalism, because the spacers basically function on the lines of capital accumulation in one space. Okay. Yeah, should just equip 2 of the 14mm, and I would, but then it wouldn't make for very interesting watching now, would it? Mmm. Juicy. So juicy. Now, what are the things that I still have yet to kill? Oh, they're all to the south. One of them was right there, as a matter of fact. Now. It's just such a mini Bert. I love it. Got him. What, you think you can escape my slow artillery lob? Anybody else? Yes, there is a captain I must deal with. And then, finally, at long last, that final depot. Kobe! Ah yes, and our exit is right this way. W and H1, you have a remarkable talent for coming up with sentences I wish I couldn't read. Oh my god. Holy hell. Both of those I'm not going to read out loud. And yeah, the speed of the projectile itself actually only increases if you're moving forward. Or, depending on which direction you're moving in. If you're moving in reverse, that affects the trajectory so that it fires basically right, like, as close to your present location as possible. Whereas if you are moving forward, it will try to push the projectile along with its momentum. So it's strange. Very strange. Daki, this is W and H1. You haven't been around for most of the time that W and H1 has been around in these chats, but, I guess if I had to summarize him with one concept, he would be the resident horny. I think the 14mm caseless ammunition was built specifically to deal with these idiots. Oh my god, there are so many tiny people who just need to die. Speaking of tiny people that need to die, that was a lovely cluster of gentlemen. Oh, I ran out of very important ammunition. One might go so far as to call it extremely important ammunition. At least I'm alive. I'll take being alive. Well, Daki, unfortunately, in this chat you have been supplanted. Okay. Very good. That was a massive explosion, and we like massive explosions. I specifically waited so he would move away so I could audio kinetic pulse without destroying the ammunition dump. After all, it was very important that I have the ammunition. Mortars are hard. Like, a lot. I missed my audio kinetic pulse. You didn't just hear me miss my audio kinetic pulse, though. Okay? Okay. Glad we're on the same page. Now, where's this final captain? Ah. I found him. And then I removed him. And all that's remaining is, substation. Oh yeah. We got it, boys. So yeah, after one more successful run in this thing, I am going to play a mission, random district, with the full intention of destroying the whole thing. Every last inch of property is going to be destroyed. Never mind, I apparently just dropped a mortar on myself. The more you know? I don't know how to feel about that one, chat. That one, sort of rustles the jimmies. Oh, it survived. And I didn't kill it and walked into it. Okay. I see how things are going, chat. I see how it is right now. Okay. It's fine. You didn't just see me drop an artillery shell on myself by accident. These are not the sort of things that chat is allowed to pay attention to, okay? Get these tiny mans away from me. Thank you. How did that go all the way over there? Ah, whatever. The less questions we ask, the better for our own sanity. Okay. So far, not bad. Not bad. Doing pretty okay. Could have been better. Might have been worse. Oh, it's a Rat King. We got rid of him, though, so that's good. We're just stripping them right down to the bone. This 14mm gun, fantastic. I want it on everything. Anyone else have bright ideas? I believe the answer was yes, and so I had a brighter idea. And my idea seems to have done a lot more damage to them than I took damage from them. At least for now. Because I'm starting to get to this point of, like, why did I suddenly lose all my health again? Okay, those things I hate. That's fine. Alright. That could have been done way better, but it wasn't, so we'll have to deal with the way it was done. And we completely forgot about the substations all the way down here. Oh, woe is me. Oh boy. Chat's getting lewd with each other again. You see, I leave them alone for just a second and I don't antagonize them my way and they start getting lewd with each other. It's a sad state of affairs and nobody wins. Nobody wins. Now. That one's smoother than I expected. So let's see how much more smoothly it can go. Butter smooth, pancake smooth, like what kind of smooth are we talking here? So yeah, now I understand what weapon is being fired out of those long, flat platforms, you know? Oh, I ran out of it. Cool. Time to rearm. Well, we have a lovely pile of ammunition waiting for us right here, folks, and we're going to pick it right up. Beautiful. And now that we are fully rearmed, we don't panic anymore. Walking headfirst into lead bukkake is not great for health. Yes, I do realize this. Yes, yes, and I did know you were like this. But all the same, you lot are lewd. Just spitting straight facts here, chat. It's just facts. Where's the D-Gen? Asks WNH1. I don't know, take a look in a mirror. You'd be looking at him. I love this map. This template I like, because it explodes a lot. Yeah, I bet WNH1 only takes the 80% cacao, if you know what I mean. Okay. Furthermore, since we've already been smashing our head against this wall for a fair chunk of time, this is going to be my last attempt in this stupid mech, and then I want to try something different. Very good. We will restock once more, and now... Cheeky Breeky has finally escaped from work. Welcome. Welcome, Cheeky. Don't hello me, my boss might see. Tis okay, Mac. Just needs better weapon choice. I don't know about so much better weapon choice. I think it's more a case of better piloting decision. There's no such thing as mech is not mounting the appropriate weapon. It is more a case of whoever's piloting it isn't just doing a terribly great job of piloting it, and has to improve. But it is a difficult loadout. That much is true. Okay. The long yard. Okay. So as I was just saying, better decision making and all. Okay. It seems my foes have finally found me. But I also have found ways of disposing of my foes, if you know my drift. Ooh. That was a lot. Right. We got this, chat. We got this. I have faith in myself. Also, if you'll notice, chat, if I stand too close to an object... I didn't quite do it there. But maybe this tree will do it. There's muzzle blast mechanics in this game. The game factors in how big of an explosion your muzzle is generating. And it will destroy the things in front of it. I love it, chat. This game's great. Game of the Year, 2029. Because that's how long it's going to take for it to become relevant again at this rate. He says, cynically. And hopes, against all hope, that, you know, that's not actually going to become a true statement, ever. Now, what are we missing here? A comm tower. A coom tower, one might even say. Guess we have to go deal with that, chat. Phenomenal. And with that out of the way, we also get out of the way. Now then, let's take a look at chat, because more people have suddenly shown up. Okay. Wow, I'm a bit behind on this one. What's Cheek's favorite chocolate? Which means only mass-produced milk choco, but I'm partial to Lindt. Third worlders should have a more refined palate to chocolate, though. Too much knockoff in first world. Not the right cacao-producing part of the third world, says Cheeky, and that's right. My part is entirely Nestle'd. It is Nestle'd in the bosom of... I don't know. It is firmly nestle'd in the bosom of the corporate world. I don't know. I'm struggling to make that one work. One of our favorite sauces is created in the Swiss in the 1880s. Cheek is in hard Europe? No, even worse than that. Near the bean belt, then. Not to mention... the bean belt? Really now? Not to mention the fact you're not supported by other mechs to make up for shortcomings. Yes, Zelix, it's an interesting loadout. Neared to the pepper belt. Nearer. Pepper isn't mined? Says WNH1. No, it's not like salt. Depends on which time frame you're asking, WNH1, on is salt the only seasoning that's mined? Lead. Lead was once used as a seasoning, and it too was mined. And yes, mineral salts can be poisonous, so ocean harvesting is oftentimes a lot easier. And, I mean, it's like right there. You just have to wait a bit for water to evaporate. Like, really. What are you waiting for? Ah, as in coffee. I thought you were making fun of the Mexicans for a moment there. As is standard operating procedure, we squash the cars. I'm having misgivings about spacer murder balls. I'm so thankful that I have machine gun ammunition right here. Did he really just drop a nuke on me? He sure as hell tried. Holy shit. I don't like this. Don't like it one bit. Okay. Suddenly, chat, I'm less worried. Okay, suddenly, chat, I'm more worried. Oh. Oh, hello. Okay. Thank you for showing up right when I needed you. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. That was whack. Oh look, ammunition. I need that. Got it. Got it just in the nick of time. Just-in-time technology at its finest. Catch it. Catch that hand. Catch it. Okay. The one I wanted to catch, my hand, was not the one that caught it. But that's fine. We're okay with this. Now then. Hello there, Maury. It's, late of you to show up, but I guess you were at work or something. We have a specialty coffee in our geographical region, says Cheeky. The longitudinal line from Brazil that carries over to Africa is perfect for coffee. Ah, so that's why it's called the Coffee Belt. Okay. Not that high. Most are grown around 200 meters or less, so barely highlands. 200 meters to sea level, yeah. We have lowland beans too, but they're not roasted in the Italian way. It's the other way that uses sugar. Interesting. Yeah, Zelix, so long as the mortar lands right, and if it lands just right, then, yeah, it can work. Yeah. Mortar is really contextual, and the context we were using it in actually ended up working out. Artie is a complex being and a sensitive soul, so it is fickle and, you know, is likely to leave you for someone who has more money in a relationship. Oh yeah, you were watching Kyle streaming. I see how it is, Maury. I see how it is. So now we see where your loyalties truly lie. I am offended, Maury. I feel abused and betrayed. Ooh, that was pathetic. Ah, funny I mentioned relationships. So, I take it, the girl you asked out suddenly is, replied with a yes or something similar? Is that how it went, Maury? Regale us with your tale, Maury. And Carol asks if Kyle was being a tism. The answer is a categorical and uniform yes. I mean, it's his brand. I mean, okay, in fairness, he was playing Devil May Cry, so that was probably exceptionally funny. So you are forgiven. But only just. Oh yeah, catch it. Ooh. Okay. This is fine. Look at this wealth of ammunition for us. Look at it, chat. Was it not glorious? Now. What am I missing? Nothing. Nothing whatsoever. We may now leave. Speaking with the same kind of lilt that Chef John does from foodwishes.com. And that's enough of that. We've done enough damage here. For one day. It is time to press on to the exit and to the final attempt at a spaceport launch. Maury hasn't asked her out yet, but I'm starting to work myself towards it. I plan to meet Monday. Nice. How many mortar shells did your love interest's father demand from you as dowry before you're allowed to see her ankles? I assume it was a bit of a negotiable affair there, Cheeky. After all, maybe he had to put down a down payment of ankle mortar. He's not very good at it, but it was also his first time. You know, given how many video games that kid owned growing up, I find it hard to believe that he has never played Devil May Cry. What caliber of shells are getting pumped out of this bad boy right here? I think it was a 210, something like that. If her daddy wants a nicely balanced one, probably a 60 mil. Oh boy. 81mm is nice too. Watching you is honestly miles above watching Ken butcher a Lao Tzu, if that's of any consolation. I'm not sure how to respond to that one, Cheeky. I'm really not. 12 centimeters is greedy. Your jokes are all awful. I hate you guys. He knew nothing about the lore. And I find it surprising, again, that Kyle, being the man that he is, and kid that he once was, that he never had the opportunity to play Devil May Cry as a kid. This is one of those it's big brain time sort of deals. Like, how does a rational human being justify him having never played that specific game? Oh, crap. I'm getting flanked in the weirdest of ways, and I don't like it, chat. This is good. This is fine. Okay. Well, let's see what kind of attention that has attracted. Chat, man, terrible joke, man. There's context in Kib's server, in the Slums channel. Perhaps the name Devil had something to do with it. Earlier, before he switched to your stream, said he had first 3 never played them, but owns them and has had hand-me-downs or something like that. Whack. Again, I find that whack. The raw OP please nerf of the Storm Tiger. What, in War Thunder? Is that what it reminds you of? Look at all that infantry. Also, just look at it get vaporized by this gun. Okay. I think at long last I've figured out the playstyle for this weapon. Or this weapon setup. It took a while, but now I know. I know my place in the universe and how to better its own position. Bushmaster developed a compact 25mm autocannon. Is it available to citizens? When the infantry complains that your support arty is too powerful, you know you've got a keeper. When has a 14mm minigun not vaporized targets? I don't know, like early 14mm miniguns, if such a thing existed back in like Civil War era. I don't know. I don't exactly have a terribly great argument in this respect. Okay. No! Oh my god! I completely missed the torpedo. I just didn't see it approaching. Oh my god. We were so close, chat. As in, people are now trying to mount a 20mm on a drone as a primary. Holy shit. This timeline is cursed. Yeah, ground-based ship torpedoes. So next thing you know, they're just going to be starting to mount torpedoes onto drones and having them fly through public and then just detonate against buildings. That's just going to be our future, Cheeky. That wasn't even lead bukkake. That was straight up plasma torpedo on the ground. Anyway. We've had enough dicking around in this vehicle. Let's try something else. Something a bit more spicy even, maybe. What's a vehicle that mounts two main weapons? The Zulik does. Let's try it out. One of the few examples of spacer mechs I actually had a clear vid of. Clear enough for our purposes, anyway. Designed for urban pacification, despite its height, the Zulik has side-by-side rather than axial weapon mounts. I'm assuming to keep weight centered and overall length down for close quarters work. Nothing ruins your day faster than trashing your laser apertures by scraping them against the side of a building. I mean, so I've heard. Now, let's take this guy and just straight up mount him with two Banshees. Two Banshees, audio pulse, operation. Let's just do random district. Bam. Okay. This is just how we're gonna roll now, chat. Now. Is that a sea urchin bullet? Not sure what we're referring to. No, it resembles modern rounds a lot, but thick, even though it's a muzzle-loader round. Mini ball was typically .58 caliber. There were testimonies of it taking off people's arms during the Civil War. Just call them prototype bullets. Oh, it is 14 to 15 then. Interesting. I somehow still have proper health remaining. And so much for proper health. And yeah, this is the map that we're going to flatten, chat. Because I want to see a map flat. Absolutely zero. So we're going to go step by step, make sure everything is crushed. So yeah, once we deal with all of the folks rummaging about and making my life hell, we're going to be much more focused on destroying the city. Very good. Although, I mean, might as well keep things proactive. Just destroy things as we go along. Carol Wolfpup is having himself some pecan pie. Says it's delicious. Just look how fast it shreds everything. Oh my god, it's good. I love it. Now then, think of the poor urban planners. No, if anything, I am thinking of the urban planners. You know why? Because now they get to have a lot more fun building up a new city. Without all of the, wasted inefficiencies of the previous design getting in the way, you know? We're doing them a favor, really. Now, let us put chat to charge. Keep an eye on them over here. Oh, hold on. Mini ball is ribbed for the other guy's pleasure. No, no, it's not. I mean, it may well be ribbed, but it's not for pleasure. It's just for business. No, it's not so much about flat chests matter up in here, so much as everything on this planet is an OSHA violation, and I must remove it. No two ways about it. This is just how life is going to be. Right. I just fired an audio-kinetic pulse right back at myself. That was bad. Really bad. Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna just take our merry time about doing the destruction. I wonder if there's an achievement for it. Maybe there even is. Now, okay. I do need to catch up with chat, though. Why does that sound like a heretic version of architects? All those degrees and years invested into school just to be yeeted and scorched into the ground. Yeah, Does the design hurt your eyes yet? Good, good. Especially modern art and postmodern. Putting the lead-cast statue of a snotling in the most expensive real estate in the city does not an urban planner make, whether urban or industrial. Yeah, we're championing a new architectural style here, guys. It's called flat is justice. Sure, whatever. We'll roll with that one. Happy WNH. That is the name of our architectural style for this specific mission. Flat is justice. That thing right there, definitely not flat. That thing was highly three-dimensional. And one part of the map is almost clear of any offending, non-rubble nonsense. Nope, there will be no shotgun suck ASMR. That's not happening. Also, look at those things right there. Those yellow rain-coated things. They were very definitely not three-dimensional. Oh, look, there's another. Ooh, and another. And another. And another. Okay, so far urban planning is going swimmingly. I mean, we've got a lot of district to go, chat, but we're gonna make it there. I have a slight temptation, by the way, chat, to watch a speedrun of this game, because what I'm doing right now, most definitely not a speedrun. Ah, for the next head-to-head stream. Well, also hello, Fang. For next head-to-head stream, we can do a number of things. We can continue with the Civ 5 game, if you'd like. Alternately, we can do as we normally do and just get into a weird fist fight and then call stalemate and then just keep progressing in tech ages until one of us is able to nuke the other into oblivion. That seems to be more or less the way our games pan out. We never really like fighting each other in Civ 5. Or most strategy games, for that matter. And it's not so much that I'm targeting anything that's yellow with extreme prejudice, I'm just targeting everything with extreme prejudice. There's a difference. An important distinction. Yes, we will use sonic pulses on the grass in order to flatten it. Just one final sweep. Ah, see, one of them came through, and I'm doing a final sweep of these guys. Ah, yes. Landsknecht for the win. I don't quite have Landsknecht tech in that one yet, but I think I do out-tech Fang. And I'm in a pretty good position with, like, universities in every single one of my cities in order to basically be able to, get to artillery very quickly, outrange all of his cities, and then destroy him. So while the peace treaty has gained him time, it has not, in fact, gained him victory. Maury, why do you hate water? Is it because it's not alcohol? Is that why? That was a bit of playing with fire there, chat. Probably shouldn't have done that. Should not have done that. But don't you worry yourselves, chat. I think we're in a pretty good position to win this one. After all, we are destroying literally everything we come across, so there's no place for our enemies to hide and all. We're taking our slow time about it. Alright. I hate water and it's not soda. Lol. I can do tomorrow night if it be feasible, or another if you think it's sensible, and your artillery no match for the massa de manuvra. Yes, of course. So you say. So you say. You're on a diet right now, Mori, so it's all you drink. Oh, wow. Well, yes, he's in the phase of, there's this girl I like, so I'm going to slim down a little bit. No, he hates 90% of himself. That's good enough. Mori doesn't coffee, milk, orange juice, apple juice, lemon juice. Yes, no sugar. He's trying to avoid the shugs. Straight lemon water then might be good for him, so coffee, lemon juice, well-filtered orange juice. Not juice, lemon water. As in water with lemon skins in it. Or just with lemon juice sort of dashed into it, but not entirely lemon juice. It's so annoying to crack the top, pull back the peel, and then pop out the limiter on the lemon juice. WNH1, you have an interesting relationship with, fundamentally interacting with this world, honestly. This district is large. There is a lot that I must flatten, and I don't appreciate it. But, well, I guess we will work away. We will work away at it until it is done. We're slowly getting there, chat. Slowly dealing with all of the things in our way that offend our flat-is-justice world. If 4-star hotels are pretending water with lemon skins, apple peels, and cucumbers in it is good for you, why not give it a try, lol. Tactical nuke. And yes, it tastes like exactly what the ingredients sound like. Why bother paying so much for it? Well, you know, hotels have to keep themselves relevant to people who don't understand value propositions. And the Demolition. The demolition op progresses. Evermore. Forward, forward, forward. Also, on Wednesday chat, I'm going to be working overtime. Because that is the nature of the beast that is my work. We're doing a tag wipe in the store, and everything has to be, well... we basically have to wipe all of the tags in the store. It's more or less what it says on the tin. But, well, that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. You know, chat? Sometimes you just gotta work overtime in order to make sure that the things are done. Zero calories, no sugar, just real lemon juice. No proteins either. Yeah, we can't exactly destroy the rail lines because I think they're part of, well... They do have a 3D model because my feet can intersect it. But they don't seem to take any damage. I mean, it sort of makes sense. I mean, an audio-kinetic pulse and so on, like, it's hard to rattle a railway line, really. Besides, it's not like high explosives were exploding around it or anything. It's not as if a literal mech stepped on it or anything. It's just quirky, lol. It's just quirky. OT capitalism ASMR? No. Just standard overtime. You wish Astronauts was ready for streaming, cheeky? Well, I still haven't taken a real look at that game. It's... what, it's still in early access? I'm gonna wait until full release on it. Smooth sounds of wiping with Smastian. I don't like the way that sounds. I will ask you to refrain from pursuing that line of thought any further. You're not allowed. Hereby it is stated. There is a lot to destroy in this district, like holy shit. Oh boy. Oh boy. It's like a self-perpetuating cycle of horny with this guy. Holy shit. Now, WNH1, it might, I don't know, like, if you've ever considered it, but have you ever considered, instead of being horny, just being happy? Just some food for thought there. Just saying. Oh yeah, it's real stomping hours up in here. It's like Queen's We Will Rock You, but it's only the part where they do the stomp. Everything shall be reduced to rubble. There shall be nothing left standing that is otherwise than rubble. It also helps that the melee on this mech is actually pretty beastly. Really makes our time doing this ridiculous nonsense that much easier. Also, I just found a swastika, chat. That was a swastika. We destroyed Nazism on this planet. Isn't that wonderful, chat? We defeated fascism. With our feet. You're just a raging coffee addict wanting to get some sleep there. Nothing personal, just business. Well, look, WNH1. If you want me to do any readings, first I have to deal with this. This takes precedence. Also, I finally have to set up some sort of donation system via Streamlabs. But we'll work on that. This week has been a bit hectic. End of the week, sort of like the tail end specifically is what I was trying to go for there. It's been a bit hectic, so, you know. Sometimes it takes a bit of a while to do things. Okay, just making a final sweep of this area. Make sure that there's no stray three-dimensional object anywhere. Oop, I found some. Oop, there's some over there. In fact, I just walked through a couple more. So far, so good, chat. Let's move on to the next. Oh, we missed a spot right here. Wow. Well, anyway. Ah, yes, and we've found more enemies again, chat. To keep us occupied, while we make about our merry way, to destroy all the things and make it flat. Well, at the very least, it's not like we're getting swarmed or anything anytime right now. We're actually able to deal with enemies as they come along, rather than having to always scurry. So that's a plus. There, that should attract some attention. See? It already attracted a bit of attention. Now, what has chat been up to? Missed a building in the car park to the south. Oh boy. Well, we're gonna do a final scan towards the end before we leave anyway. I wonder if Smash will finish smashing first or my stew will be done cooking first. Well, it'll be a race. If I was to post the nutritional label for real lemon juice, would this be hashtag contextual? I guess? Do stream elements instead. I want to fight other donators. What the hell is stream elements? No, I owe you fucking zip. That game has yet to be released. In fact, by any definition, it missed its release window because it got delayed. So technically, it's no longer the same ballgame, Maury. But don't worry, I'm not gonna hound you for the $100 you actually owe me. We'll keep it nice and gentlemanly. Isn't Stream Elements also like the thing that is supposed to be integrated with Streamlabs? Because I'm not entirely sure on that. There was a lot in that bet that was never mentioned. Nor was it mentioned from the get-go that it was already being slated for a release on PC. So, if anything, the bet was made in bad faith, and I either way refuse to be held accountable for that one. And I'd also like it to be pointed out that if it wasn't for Kyle, it would have been a purely rhetorical affair anyway. Nah, in Cheeky's case, it's more like a book of grudges. How was I having so much difficulty hitting that thing? No clue what was happening there. Well, regardless. Yes, in Minecraft there, WNH1. Of course we're just talking in Minecraft terms. Okay, so there's an entire other zone over here I completely failed to notice. Wow, this mission is going to take a while, chat. Holy hell. But I said I'd be doing this, so gotta do it. Sometimes life demands a lot from you. And sometimes you just have to nut up and deliver whether you like it or not. Fortunately, Mori doesn't factor into my life calculations in this respect, so... that one still checks out. Oh boy. I wasn't expecting it to be quite this long, like, holy Christ. I just happened to fall upon, like, one of the largest districts. And all of a sudden, everything is hell. Oh my. Oh my lord. She's gonna be a long one. Well, I did say I would flatten a map as the next thing I would do in this game. Just for the hell of it, and I intend to follow up on that. Just ignore for a moment the casual disrespecting of civilians. Don't pay attention to it, chat. It's not important. Now, I also don't know if it's a blessing or a curse that I decided to do this entire thing before I decided to take down substations. Because if I took down the substations, I wouldn't have any lights. So on the one hand, it would be easier to track where the heck the civilians are at a glance. Because again, they're three-dimensional, and they offend the two-dimensional perfection I intend to unleash upon this world. So yeah. The world must be flat indeed. No thick cheeks here, unfortunately. I'm not Kibbs, after all. If they run, they're Corvid. If they stand still, they're well-disciplined Corvid. Well, isn't that an oxymoron? Okay, don't attack those walls. Those walls kill me. And now this sector looks pretty clear of... I spoke too soon. There was still a civilian. But now that that's complete, let's move on to this one. Ba-ba-booey. Ba-ba-bam. Did I just eat that mortar from you? That was a good predictive algorithm mortar on your part. Holy hell. There, that should attract some attention. Well, we've dealt with that. That has been dealt with now. What next? Aw, we're using our enemies to help us deal with all the stupid things we try to kill. Isn't that just great, Chad? They're helping us out. They want to be part of the fun. Part of the fun. Part of the 14mm civilian shredding fun. Look at that. Watch, chat, there'll be no achievement. It'll just be sadness. We will have done all of this for nothing other than to say that we completely flattened a map to rubble. Including the grass patch. And now why are they on about abortions? Chat, what are you talking about? Bullfrog Syndicate, the FPS? No, that was the abortion. The OG Syndicate from like 1995. Oh, the RTS Lite. Or Commando-esque. Can't recall what the genre is. U is for under my boot. Indeed. Actually, it's a case of press space to squish. Or press space to enforce OSHA compliance. After all the OSHA inspectors are in fact flat is justice guys. This is fact. There is no denying it. The only admissible thing is truth in this respect. We shall do this one with our feet alone. Almost there, chat. We almost have this entire map flattened. Nearly there, chat. N is for civilians. I wonder why he says that. Big think here, guys. Why is he saying that? Part of me also just wants to know how many objects are on the map, and how much is like the maximum payout you can get for a mission like this with this driver in this specific mech. Remember, no Corvids. This is true. I suddenly feel like a certain state disguising, APCs as police cruisers. Or police vans, rather. That's the sort of vibe I'm getting right now, if you catch my drift. I could have sworn something tried to shoot at me. I guess I was wrong. You can inspect checked occupational safety and health any day. Okay. Do I have any stories to pass the montage of time? No, not at the moment. As, it is past midnight, I have work in the morning, and I am feeling rather tired today. Oh, yes. Oh, boy. That old tale. So it goes as such, chat. I had gone to study abroad in Poland, and, I had been away from my friends for a very long time. Hadn't really spoken to them in about a year, or something to that effect. And then suddenly we get back into contact, more or less, and summer rolls around. Summer rolls around, and we have sort of nightly chats on Steam. Well, nightly for me, afternoon for them, I guess. Where they play video games, I play video games, we all play video games together, even. And one night, I wake up to a disturbing crawling sensation on my face. So I wake up and I figure, oh crap, a bug has landed on me or something. But it's also buzzing a lot, so I think it's a mosquito already, and it feels like a bit of an out-of-season mosquito. It feels as though it came a bit early. And so I walk over to the light after brushing the thing off my face, turn it on, look back to my bed, and I notice that my entire wall is crawling with wasps. Not bees, chat. Wasps. All over the wall, all over the bed I was sleeping in. There was legion of them. And so I spent about half an hour vacuuming wasps that night. And it's not like the problem went away. The problem persisted. For a straight week or so, I was doing honorable battle with the wasps in order to make absolutely sure that I had vacuumed every single last member of that hive. I destroyed a Henry vacuum cleaner in order to accomplish this feat. I absolutely mullered that vacuum cleaner. It was full of wasp husk. The filter smelled of crap for a long time. And one day, as during this whole week-long siege, as me and my friends are playing video games, for once it's nighttime for them and daytime for me, I noticed that wasps start crawling down my wall again, and it's just like, okay, wait a minute, guys, and rather than turning off my microphone or anything, I just walk away and start vacuuming. And, like, the first thing that goes through their minds is, like, what the fuck is going on? Like, we were in the middle of something. Why is this guy vacuuming all of a sudden? And then I come back, like, in an absurdly short amount of time later, and, as if nothing's happened, and then they ask me, okay, Smashin, what's going on there? Like, why did you suddenly go vacuum? Like, you didn't even end up vacuuming all that much, did you? And it's like, no, I was just dealing with the wasps. The what? And ever since, it's been the story of the great week-long siege of the wasps on my house. On House Sebastian, if you will. So yeah, chat, I think we've done it. We've completely smoldered this entire map. There's nothing that is three-dimensional left standing save for me. And in order to make absolutely certain we're just gonna do another casual sweep of this last sector. Make doubly, triply, quadruply sure we have gotten everything. And that's it. That is it for this mission, fucking finally. Oh boy. And for our efforts, we are rewarded with 15 whole millions. Oh boy. Oh, that was so dumb. Wasps are not your friends when there is hundreds of them across your face. They were actually in the attic, or I suppose in the ceiling. They had burrowed in underneath the soffit and chewed their way in, set up a nest, and then, yeah, eventually they chewed through some of the ceiling tiles, excuse me, or some of the ceiling tiles were just, like, not as firmly wedged together, because it was wooden ceiling tile. Yeah, wrap your head around that, anyone raised in the West. And yeah, so that's how they came in to my room and laid siege upon my dormitory. Never has a thought been so graced until I pulled a live butterfly out of my pocket as a gift. First off, well done keeping a butterfly alive in your damn pocket. Second off, what the hell, man? Anyway, in order to finish off the night, what we are going to do is that which we do most nights. We turn the volume down just a smidge, just a tad. A little bit. And the next thing we do is we spend some time reading the lore. All that's left for us today is the Spacers. So, let us start with the Broodmare. Subtle as a heart attack. styled like a brutalist ode to regime change. The Broodmare is one of those spacer mechs that carry so much firepower, it's a wonder we have any photos of it at all. A little top-heavy, but spacer leg tech is probably a good decade ahead of ours. Lightweight alloys and better self-righting stabilizers and all that crap. The Usul. At first glance, this looks like a sleepwalker's big brother. But that's where the similarities stop. At the top end, spacer tech allegedly starts to heavily favor hard shields and big weapons. Most of the stack you see is heat dispersal and coolant recycling for the incredible amounts of shielding the thing carries. Still haven't managed to see one fire that big laser. Not sure I want to. The Atos. Or... I guess yes, the Atos. Begs the question, just what kind of alloys and tech animate a mech so preposterously bristling with firepower and shielding? Looks like a Cantor on steroids. You know, pushing that kind of mass around on the field means, thankfully, they don't have too many in service. I think the thing I hate the most about the Atos is the good sense not to make it 50 feet high like most spacer designs, especially the Ultras. The Atos doesn't have to try to look any meaner than it is. Dual energy weapon mounts take care of the rest. The Tunerol. The Tunerol is a curious mech, especially for spacers. At first, I couldn't piece it together. While similar, there didn't seem to be a standardized design in the various samples I could assemble. Apparently, it's not an official model of the spacers, rather a mechanic's nickname for an improvised chassis. Spacers are like the old Revelators. They'll never leave bricked chassis behind if they can help it. Either the dead vehicle gets picked up for salvage on one of their massive grav sleds, or it's obliterated by rail slugs from an orbiting dropship. This is also the reason why spacer tech is so hard to get your hands on, ignoring the difficulty of disabling one of their vehicles in the first place. Since leg components are left intact far more often than uppers, spacers will, in a move as close to Corvid engineering as you'll see them get, retrofit the legs with new uppers built from their recovered salvage. There's still some kind of protocol to their construction though, as I've never seen variants that deviate too far from a recognizable type. The small cockpit overhangs a weapon socket surrounded by flanged plates. I sometimes wonder if there's a ritualistic component at play here, or if it's a purely practical initiative. Either way, the end result is the Tunerol. Not as sturdy as most spacer heavies, but it's quick on its feet, and still packs a heavy punch. I'm gonna go get myself a little bit of water, BRB. Alright. I am back, chat. And now that I am back, we shall continue. And WNH1, you've earned whatever teasing you want to call it. This is a problem of your own making. Now then. The Oxybellis. When Spacer breach teams need extra firepower, they bring in the Oxybellis. This mech is, in essence, a cockpit nestled within a massive combustion drum, visibly protruding from the back. We've recovered and, albeit poorly, replicated the Spacer's Jericho cannon, but to date, I don't know of any terrestrial military that's been able to match this oversized variant of the weapon, much less field a vehicle capable of mounting one. What I do know is that no fortification is capable of withstanding sustained assault by even a single Oxybellis. It's rare to see a Spacer vehicle built into so specialized a role, which is also why you'll never see Oxybellis operating without an escort, usually hounds or boulders. But the result is a consummate siege engine, terrifying in its efficacy. The only footage that exists of an Oxybellis spear in operation, shows entire city blocks coming down in sequence, as if racked by massive earthquakes. What few survivors were recovered exhibited some of the most severe shell shock cases our psychs have ever treated. Wow. Really butchered that last sentence there. The Sultan. Broadly useful mech. Frequently deployed as a result. Spacer proclivity for hyper-specialization means a generalist is often needed to round out unit compositions. Cheek armor is overly long to serve as a secondary heatsink, though Sultans remain more than serviceable in configurations with physical munitions. Simpler design and lower cost per flight hour mean most Sultan pilots source from less moneyed Spacer families. Avoids the tunerol stigma, though similar in combat efficacy. The Doric. Just not one of their best, if you ask me. Might be an older design, but honestly, I can't tell with this one. There are enough of them in service. Undergunned for a heavy mech, but plenty of shielding and the same earth-shaking stomp attack you expect from Spacers. Seems like they're used in a support role, but I can't be sure on that one. Offering a light touch to round out the pain dished out by Spacer heavies. They're also a little faster in the straightaway, just enough to surprise you. I've already read this one. The Romancer Mark II. A rare example of a Spacer engineering returning to a previous design. Typically, their minds are too bent on innovation and entertainment to show this kind of focus. However, I understand the engineer behind this well-shielded heavy mech is an obsessive perfectionist. The emitter ports have been shifted over, while the access hatch and presumably the entire pilot cocoon are pulled towards the back. Unfortunately, without more than the basic intel I have access to, for this new design, I can only guess as to the rationale behind these changes. The characteristic pig snout remains, however, and my sources tell me this new Romancer is a fitting successor to the original. What is the original? Oh. We don't get to see it, chat. The Howler. This mech, I hate. Spacer mechs are like looking at kanji. I know they're different, I just couldn't tell you how or why. The Howler I recognize, though. Like their terrestrial inferiors, Spacers build their mechs based on only a couple sizes of legs. Because even when you live in the future, you still want to cut down on maintenance work. Howlers can sport a heavy mount, real stiff medicine, but it's only a light mech. I expect that kind of thing from the Corvids, with an operational lifespan in the minutes. But I don't know how the Spacers do it. Ultra-light material fabrication? Composites? I have a pet theory. The shield generators you see on the Howler, those tusks pointing out the sides. I'm not entirely convinced that's all they do. Descriptions and video footage of contact with Howlers make it seem like they're not carrying as high of a shield charge as they should. I think the Spacers have stuffed some of their mechs, like the Howler, with aggrav tech in order to keep them from collapsing under their own weight and recoil absorption. I'd give an arm and a leg, even knowing I'd end up with used NEP surplus prosthetics a size too small, if I could just see a Howler in its maintenance bay. The Widow. This is one of those designs where the striping of the fascia makes identifying key components and sensor clusters pretty hard from the footage I've got of it. So ask me later. I should have a more exacting analysis of its capabilities by then. What I do know is that the Widow seems to live up to its nasty reputation. You don't see nearly as many of them elsewhere, like the Cantor, but Spacers don't like to share. Lots of exhaust and venting for those lasers means you should stay worried about meeting one of these on the battlefield. In my professional opinion. The Cantor. Another popular Spacer light mech. Another popular Spacer light mech design you've seen elsewhere. Just painted sensibly, rather than the Spacer red and checker pattern. Of course, the Cantors you've seen in mercenary hands or on border patrol on other colonies aren't going to have the sensor and shield upgrade packages that Spacers reserve for themselves. Lots of shield, fairly quick, so keep at arm's length. The Hound. This may actually be the lightest legs in the Spacers' armored divisions. That doesn't mean you can relax, because these suckers are fast, accurate, and hard to hit. Might also be one of their best light leg units, comparable to the Fork in my mind. You see enough of them fielded to back that impression up anyway. Awful thin armor on the back of the driver's compartment, but with agility comes some nasty trade-offs, right? The Sleepwalker. Take a look at my notes on the Hoker and tell me what you think. I really think you've got basically two main camps in Spacer designs. Anyway, the Sleepwalker falls into the what the hell am I looking at side of things that Spacers seem so fond of. Half fond, anyway. Goofy tall for a light mech, but also so thin it ends up getting great sensor range / awareness that almost makes up for all the fire it draws. I bet if you really care to find out, designs like the Sleepwalker come from quasi-religious devotion to these bizarre totemistic forms. Not my department. The Sledger. The Sledger is a classic Spacer arrogance writ small. An entirely unreasonable amount of weaponry loaded onto the tiniest legs possible. The end result is only a power suit in the loosest sense. The barely enclosed pilot is cradled in a barrel-shaped cockpit, whose weight balances out the gun and ammo supply. Sledger squads always make for a weird sight, but nobody's laughing after they open fire. The Stillwell. Spacers leave me with more questions than answers. I know that sounds stupid, but I'm not just talking about lack of intel to go by. Take the Stillwell, for example. It's roughly Mog-sized, a little top-heavy, but you only have to look at the weapon bay relative to the entry hatch up top to know that there's no way it's a manned unit. There's nowhere for the driver to sit. They don't do this for their more obviously unmanned drone-type units, so why do it here? Is the Stillwell's design more common than not, and they're faking greater numbers of manned to unmanned vehicles in the field? Are Spacer vehicles covered in Potemkin hatches? Are the rumors about Spacer birth rates true? Or true that even with their cruel nature, they still have trouble recruiting new soldiers from their listless population? The Juke. Spacers haven't fielded infantry without power suits since the Siege of Andros, the anniversary of which most of the outer colonies still celebrate. It's a sore subject for them. Spacer soldiers are all about their warrior code, so long as they remain firmly on the winning team. Anyway, you saw the Juke enter service shortly thereafter, or an earlier version of it anyway. Showed up about the same time as the Rounder. The original version actually had a bubble canopy, if the intel is to be believed. That didn't last long. The revised Juke now resembles a mongoose or its inbred corvid cousin, the sawbuck, more than the Spacers would probably care to admit. What is a Rounder? Oh. We're getting there. Spacer Ultra-Class Tanks. The Brunhilde. At some point, even the Fafnir wasn't enough. Every tank gets its upgrade package eventually. Even a tank the size of an apartment block. The Fafnir's upgunned artillery variant, the Brunhilde, has been rumored to exist, but not seen in the wild prior to the present economic opportunity. As if we hadn't suspected a rather tight working relationship between the SNC and the more mercenary elements of the Spacer military, here's proof. Intel suggests the Spacers already had a contingent on the ground, on the outskirts of Solo Nobre, just prior to this whole thing starting. Which leads me to believe that Great Leader was looking to cut a deal to upgrade his military with Spacer tech. I don't think he ever figured on the Brunhilde raining down cluster munitions on his own city. The Fafnir. The Fafnir is the single largest combat vehicle to make landfall on Novo Solo, so far as I know. It's an uncharacteristic extravagance for Spacers, in terms of sheer tonnage. Everything that comes down from space has to go back up. Or does it? There's good evidence these things are never intended to go back into space once deployed. Talk about Spacer arrogance. Never go back on an invasion. At least, never packing up their incredibly destructive rolling command centers slash fortresses. When Spacers pulled out of the Siege of Andros, they left a pack of Fafnirs with all the guns auto-targeting anything that moved. Once they finally shelled the beasts into submission, they cracked open the hulls and found hypertrophied internals of a regular tank, reserve shield generator units, oversized grav couches, and a human head wired into the center of the thing. Cephaloids creep me out. The Had Harat got a vertical profile a kilometer tall for an armored vehicle. But the spacers just don't care. They love it. They love rolling into battle, bright red with a target painted on their nose, and heavy/small arms mount combo. I'm sure the small coaxial is for wounding civilians and small animals, while they're out riding their big, great pony. I think the Had Harat was originally a personnel carrier. But spacers haven't fielded ground troops in ages, so figure that one out. The Hatun. Hey, what if the Had Harat was really worth fielding? At some point, some spacer must have asked the question, and the end result was the Hatun. Faster, better shielded, and more versatile. The Hatun belongs at the front of every spacer army. Too bad the Had Harat still holds top billing. The only explanation I can see is spacer arrogance. They just love those big, floating cannons. In the meantime, the Hatun has a second life in the black market, where it's sold to mercenaries looking for a reliable, all-round tank. Cross them at your peril. The Haseki. Like a hot-rodded retake of the Had Harat/Hatun design programs, the Haseki keeps all the bluster and vertical profile of the Hatun, but slathers on even more armor and shielding, while stripping everything that isn't vital, including the personnel carrier capabilities. Spacers have been steadily moving away from anything remotely resembling infantry for years now, and more towards designs like the Haseki, big, loud, and mean. The Quill. Upgunned version of a rounder for fire support missions. Despite having so many components in common with the rounder, Quills just aren't as versatile or useful in most fights, despite the increase in firepower. There's talk that this upper design was originally for the ultra-class Brunhilde, and only later made it to rounder hulls, which makes sense. There's just so little of the usual spacer panache to this tank. The Rounder. From what I gather in spacer arms procurement, which is not easy intel to come by, the Rounder is an older service model. Unusual for them to keep anything old around. Then again, I hear spacers are phasing out a lot of their famously weird ball tread vehicles gradually. But they don't have a replacement tank for the Rounder. Easy to see why. It's sturdier than the average spacer design, with all of their best features intact. Low profile. Much more responsive than most tanks come. The Vish. I'm unclear on whether the Busker or Vish comes first, or if they were parallel projects, but together they make for an interesting comparison. Boils down to the question of whether you want to stack your firepower onto a single mount, or distribute it across a smaller pair. The fact that both vehicles exist means even the spacers didn't get a straight answer on that one. The Busker. A stripped-down take on the spacer's lumbering ball treaders. The Busker carries a modicum of firepower and trades in on durability for a little more speed. A team of these is good in a fight, but none of them is worth a lot alone, which flies against the very lone wolf battle ethos of the Spacers, if you ask me. They're slowly being phased out, sold to mercenaries and border patrols. The Boulder. Fast and low. Why can't the Corvids build anything like this? Or any regular/loyalist type arms contractor for that matter. This thing is more speed than armor, but with that low of a profile, you've got a much better survival rate than most drivers. There's the power plant and some shielding and optics package, and that's about it. Too bad every attempt at reverse engineering these infernal ball-tread drive systems ends up in very messy failure. The Grigori. Despite being commonly referred to as a tread bike, the Grigori is a gyro-stabilized drone/remote piloting hardware package on top of a single-ball version of the distinctive Spacer tread. Spacers deploy in concentric defensive positions, with these and other self-detonating drone weapons forming the outer perimeter. As with most vehicle-borne explosive delivery weapons, the threat comes largely from being ignored, which is an unusual feat for a bright red Spacer vehicle without optic camo. Also, I find it entirely whack that it is lore accurate for Spacers to just drop in one pile and then have concentric rings of defense. That's terrifying. Why? The Paver. This thing is gorgeous. I have to admit. The Paver is probably what the Troubadour's great-grandchildren will look like. It's classy, fast, and more dangerous than it really ought to be. Keep the driver centered low, put the small gun mounts on sponsons ringing the ball tread drive. Pretty genius. Fortunately for us, it can only take a couple of rounds before it's nothing but pretty scrap. The Actias. Fans of No Brave Video will remember the Actias from Spacers Don't Sleep. I mean, it's not a real Actias. They couldn't pay for Spacer ball treads. But their faked-up version for the riot dispersal sequence in that movie are clearly built to resemble the Actias. This thing is also a spotter, not a riot control unit. It's a funny trick from the Spacers. Field bright red everything, have so many killer drones and devastating energy weapons that a single ball tread can do precision spotting and recon without anyone really noticing, despite its recent starring role. Spacer Agrav Ultra Class. The Z Prime. Proof that living in space too long makes you crazy. The Z Prime is a floating deployment platform used mainly in far-flung Spacer outposts. They rig it up with sensor arrays and weapons platforms, plus some communications technology I wasn't able to identify from the samples I've managed to scrape together. The Zed's real purpose, though, is like an interplanetary scarecrow. Put the fear of the cold void that Spacers grow up longing for. Put that fear into the Dirt Eaters. The Vex. Spacers come in two flavors, cruel or dead. And the Vex is cruel, alright. In the proud Spacer Agrav tradition, dual main mounts, low profile, moves better than it looks like it can, nasty business. Mainstay of Spacer ground operations, crew of at least 2 judging by the hatch configuration. Probably dual pilot/gunner duties. Advanced combat jack stuff? Maybe. One of the rare Spacer vehicles you can find decent footage of in action. If you know a guy. You don't want to know that guy. I'm that guy. Signed, MB. The Cataphract. See those emitters poking out all over the place? Yeah, that's because the standard Cataphract loadout has black hands mounted in triplicate. Plus, puts out so much radiation your insides will melt just looking at it. Technically, the spacers could support all that on a smaller chassis. I suspect the bulk of the thing has to do with combat durability, though. Though I swear that frame was built for a dorsal heavy mount. Maybe the design was pivoted halfway through by some higher-ups who thought they knew better. Spacers are, after all, still human. Regardless, I think it's got a kind of elegance, provided you can ignore the screaming, dying masses that follow in its wake. The Joust. Dual turret hardpoints. That I haven't seen before. Even spacers have their hot dog pilots. Probably more of their share than most, really. Handling an agrav at high speed and targeting dual turrets? That's a lot to throw down the pipe of a combat jack. I'll be honest though, never seen the inside of spacer hardware. Most of us dirt eaters never will. Do they even still use cranial jacks? At any rate, I'd watch out for these. Ruthless in the hands of a skilled pilot, I'm sure. Firepower and finesse. The Longboard. Even spacers can't always resist a good old-fashioned boondoggle. The less than affectionately nicknamed Longboard has no tricks up its sleeve. It's just as stiff and questionably engineered as it looks. Nice and all that. Nice, and all that it can carry such a massive gun mount. But fixed to the hull. Are you kidding me? One of the most expensive development programs in spacer arms procurement. The contractor overpromised and underdelivered after ludicrous cost overruns. Enough that Spacers sent a Special Forces detachment to put the hurt on several board members of the company. Expensive and ungainly as it is, however, it does carry a whole lot of shielding. Something about the displacement of the shielding is why the big gun mount ended up where it is. There's an odd sort of pride among the very few spacers that will admit to driving these. The Prism. Looks like one of those spacer Vidstar characters lifting up their skirt, if you ask me. Heavy gun platform and surprisingly ugly for a spacer agrav. The Prism has been in service only a short while, but long enough to prove itself capable of what it was designed as. Floating, self-propelled gun platform. There's no visible hatch of any kind, which you only see on the autonomous drones. But I don't think this is autonomous. I think they seal a Lucy into the hull for months at a time, but that's just my pet theory. The Minder. A floating shield battery with a nasty bit of kit. Roll the tape again and you'll see that Minders are equipped with black hands. Same chassis as a bellhop, just with a massive shield generator. Something to do with shield umbrella tactics and protecting nearby units while drawing fire with its vertical profile. Getting into the pilot hatch when the shield generator unit is mated has to be a pain in the ass. That seems like a real oversight. I'd be happy to do some design consulting work for the Spacers if this gig with the SNC plays out right. Just saying. The Leverman. Though they are constantly adopting cutting-edge technology, Spacers get hung up on stupid stuff like anybody else. The failure of the Longboard and its aggressive, over-cost development program irrationally put them off of grav tank development for a long time, unlikely as it seems to outsiders. Fresh from another successful armor and sensor upgrade package for the stalwart rounder tank, a design team convincingly lobbied to develop a grav tank for a fraction of the cost of the longboard, and won the contract. The Leverman is graceful, if slight, for a grav tank, and extremely effective fielded by veteran agrav pilots rather than tankers. They are an increasingly common and unwelcome sight in the number of border wars on the outer colonies. The Bolero. Even state-of-the-art anti-grav tech won't save you from a good, clean hit from a railgun. Boleros look mean alright, but I was there, camera in hand, when a perfect Zeus hit brought one of these down, and that pilot cocoon thing that spacers use just split open, and the pilot slipped out like yolk from an egg. He seemed more annoyed than afraid. He looked ridiculous, laying in the mud in all that viscous fluid, pale skin and eyes, thin body. He opened his mouth to say something, lips curled in a sneer, but he caught an 8mm round to the jaw. That shut him up all right. Alright, nearly done. Just 5 to go. The Arlo. Assault Recon / Low Orbit, but everyone else calls them Arlos. Spacers love this little gate crasher. Oxybellus mechs are too slow to catch anyone by surprise. They're designed more for city killing and heavy siege than breaking lines. But Arlos are so fast, they'll punch a hole in your perimeter and kill half the command staff before you even know they're there. It's a match made in heaven for hot dog spacer pilots, fiending to be the first to break through enemy fortifications, first to shed blood. Agile, maneuverable, aggressively stanced, and only as big enough of a shield generator as it needed. A pack of Arlos can take out a Citadel tank on open ground, no problem. Even more terrifying is their ability to wreak havoc within urban confines. Near-perfect lateral thrust makes it almost impossible to corner an Arlo once within city limits. The real climbers are always jockeying for a spot to pilot Arlos. Shows the appropriate amount of bloodthirstiness to succeed in spacer military hierarchy, which is good, because Arlo pilots have half the life expectancy of any other spacer military. The Seeker. Autonomous drone bombs that are deployed to bolster numbers and extend sensor range, especially in difficult urban terrain. Cheap to produce, at least by spacer standards. Their operational lifespan is actually pretty short, but they don't even bother servicing them, is what I hear. Seekers starting to glitch out get used for targeting practice during training. Make sure you do the same. One Seeker detonation might not do you in like a bombucha, but there tend to be a lot more of them out there. The Bellhop. The long-lost spacer cousin to the loyalist Rook. Might look fat and tanky, but it's spry enough. Especially since the power plant is rated to carry the weight of a shield generator. the Minder configuration. Generally consigned to a training vehicle in spacer fleets, but we've been seeing more than enough of them on the battlefield. Are spacers as overextended as the Loyalists in their own way? The Hoker. I know the spacers don't call it that, but I can't find any other designation. Spacer design philosophy is split down the middle between things that are designed with the typical realm of a resembling function. A fast agrav looks something like a bird, like the Lexov, and the defiant geometric crap like the Hoker. Why is this thing shaped like an expensive saucepan? How does it land? I like to think some of it is a lingering push for psyops within their design teams. Anyway, the Hoker may only offer fractional protection for the pilot, but it's got speed and that bizarre shape to its advantage. And finally, chat, the Lexov. A light, atmospheric, anti-grav better suited far away from the front, and much higher in altitude. There's that spacer perversity for you. They fly them low into war zones like an Arlo just to make things a little more sporting for bored, sadistic pilots. Scoutcraft like this, you've got to watch out for, as there are bound to be bigger friends nearby. And that about does it for that, chat. That about does it for that. So it is, 1 a.m. Time for me to go to bed. And time for many of you to do similar things. So it is that until next time, when we see each other again on some sort of cyberpunk dystopian battlefield, my name has been Smastian, and I wish you all a good day.